right, welcome everyone, and welcome to Friday check-in with the crew. Let's see if we got sound here. Just give me a moment. And looks like we're good to go. So welcome on in. Happy Friday. Um, wow, thanks for being here. Let me say hello to everyone who's in here, and we'll get started. It's been quite a day. So welcome on in. And first of all, thank you for like number one. That was for Baby Daddy. All right, thank you for Baby Daddy. Thank you, Mr. Mark Ellis. All right. Say what? Thank you. Amy, thank you for being here and posting the support pathways. All right. Tracy Fleetwood, thanks for coming in. And Lisa as well. Court of Public Opinion, thank you for coming in. Also, Spicy Cappy, Untamable, and Noe, as well as Ninja Warrior Assassin, Rebecca Green, Pam Sheehan, Asha Harry, all right, Heather Brown, Ricardo 2, Mino Dino, and Scott Perkins. Thanks for coming in. Who else are we looking at here? Jeez, a lot of chat. Got lost here. Heavy Metal Rehab. Right, and we got Deb is here. Aaron M. Town is here. Nancy Drew 101. All right, we got Kate Eleanor, as well as Carla Ann, and Criminal Network, Dina, that's me. All right, and we got Silenced is here. Welcome, Silenced. All right, who else we got in here? Jalen. Bill is here. Welcome, Bill. Oleg Cat, Stephanie, Mrs. P, 5 Green Acres. Dirty Diana, ACV. And it's a new day. All right. V is here. Welcome, V. Also, Dave Bochenik. Welcome in. Artist formerly known. Welcome in. Laura Naran. Welcome in. Okay. Am I slow going? I feel like I'm slow. Candy M. Welcome in. All right. Sweet Dude Shibby. Welcome in. Kaleida Hope. Welcome in. Suede Smith. Welcome in. All right. Who's Your Daddy 11? Welcome in. Nancy Montgomery. Welcome in, Nancy. Welcome, your mom and M. Welcome, EWTN. Also, JoJo. Lindsay is here. What's up, Lindsay? Okay, thank you so much for coming in. Breenans. Laka the David. Stephanie. What the hell? Shotgun Susie, welcome in. Okay. Nick Starrow, welcome in. Old Mort, New Mort, welcome in. Catching you guys here. What's up, Mama Bear? And also Jeff Jones, Gina. All right. Rebecca Ann, what's up? Welcome in. Everyone, please welcome Rebecca Ann to the channel. All right. So, oh, here we are. Here we are. All right. So we got Bezo Jones also. Welcome in, Bezo Jones. Yeah, so Nick Starrow. I've heard some rumbles about differences. Just want to state that I don't know who likes or dislikes anyone. My goal is that the truth will be revealed. Oh, seems like we have similar objectives, Mr. Starrow. So thank you for being here. And I want to echo your sentiment. Um, Truth. That's all. That's all. Okay, so welcome in everyone. So yeah, we got, oh, there's so much to talk about. There's so much to do. Uh, I have a lineup for you guys tonight that I hope you'll be interested in. And well, I don't even know. As usual, I don't know where to start because there's so much. There's just so much. So I'm gonna hit this iced coffee and get going. What's up, Lena? All right. So, well, first of all, I guess picking up from Mr. Nick Starrow. Um, hmm. I got something to say. Is that um, geez, there's just so much mental illness in this community. Um, it's absolutely mind-boggling. Um, how something could be so inundated with people with these emotional and mental difficulties. Okay, and so I don't get it. I really don't. I think people tend to lose sight of the fact that we are supposed to be here for two little girls, two children who are not here to speak for themselves anymore. They can't tell us what happened to them. They can't tell us what we need to know. They have no voices. And so you would assume that we're all here to speak on their behalf, to try to assist them in, I don't know, receiving some sort of level of respect from law enforcement and the community by telling the truth about their deaths, because that would be respecting their lives. And it's absolutely astonishing to me that this community is so infiltrated with people with ill intentions, especially when you combine that with the, I don't know, apparent symptoms of mental illness that are displayed. And it's difficult. It's difficult because, you know, I notice a lot of it happens by people who happen to be hiding behind fake accounts, you know, and they tend not to understand the level of vulnerability that we've subjected ourselves to, those of us who step out here onto the main stage. Okay. Um, Maybe people don't understand that to sit here for 3, 6, 9, 12, 14 hours a week and open yourself up to the world. How many of you could honestly sit on social media with a camera in your face for 9 to 16 hours a week, addressing that camera to your face and uh, survive the relentless attacks that will come at you, primarily by people who hide behind some sort of mask where their anonymity is preserved, their identity is concealed, their faults, their vulnerabilities, their insecurities, their personal quirks are all shielded from criticism. It's really abusive the way that people are, are attacked here. You see, to sit here for 10 minutes and address a camera to thousands of people is an extreme vulnerability. And so to sit here for an hour or 3 or 10 or 16 or thousands, is opening yourself up to so much harassment and criticism that you would not believe. Now, you add to that the fact that there are people here with ill intentions, people here with mental illnesses, emotional problems, and general lack of health. And it's something. It's something. Now, I just found it so bewildering that anyone would come to me with accusations of misogyny, woman hating, racism. It's absolutely mind boggling because these people, not only do they not know me or know anything about me or any part of my life, they don't know any people in my life. They don't know any relationships in my life. They don't know the life history and the experiences that have made up my life. And it's absolutely astonishing that they would sling at you the type of accusations that are the absolute complete opposite of the way that you live your life. Especially when you've made it a priority in your life to exhibit respect, compassion, and equanimity with women, different races, nationalities, ethnicities, ages, and on top of that, they pile on complete fabrications. And that's another thing. To open yourself up to vulnerabilities is sitting here for hours and hours and hours over the course of years. And then on top of all the digging into your personal life that they'll do and the hurling of baseless accusations at you, they will add on to that outright falsehoods, often projecting the exact opposite of what you're here fighting for. You know, oh, geez, I'm here talking about children who are exploited and victimized. And so what they will choose to do is come at you and say, you exploit and victimize children. You're a child molester. You're a woman beater. You see this, the types of things that I'm saying. And I wonder, how many of you would have the guts to sit here and expose yourself to that type of thing? Not many. Not many. Because I tell you, you know how I know it's not many? Because not many have. There's so few of us. But that's the state of the community we're dealing with. And so I sit here and I wonder, like, oh, how could it be all of that when we're merely sitting here trying to draw attention to the absolute criminal activity of the establishment in Indiana, meaning the law enforcement and the court system. And we're trying to also draw attention to a crime against 2 children, and actually 6 or 8, depending on which children we include. We're drawing attention to the crimes of a whole bunch of children in the region who seem to be mysteriously killed with cold cases lingering over their deaths. And by speaking up and trying to draw attention to the lack of justice in the victimization of children and the absolute unethical and criminal behaviors of the establishment that is supposed to be providing some sort of protection and justice for these children, we come under vicious attacks. Which leads you back to wonder, what is it about these people? What is it with any person who would viciously, consistently attack anyone on the internet who's trying to advocate for victims? I mean, I could see someone having an off day and doing it once. But for people to do this over the course of years, day after day after day, you really have to wonder what's motivating that. So that's where I start. And I may or may not pick up on that later. But tonight, what I'd like to do is to get on into some things that they don't want us. Oh, let's see what's going on here. Why is my Wi-Fi all glitchy? All right. No, I'll tell you what we'll do. Jesus. Are we back? Okay. Yeah, it's glitchy for some reason. Now listen, what I guess what I'm saying is, what it appears to me is that law enforcement, which means in this particular case, the establishment that I'm speaking about, seems to have incentivized people to come out and attack those criticizing them. I mean, that would be a general thesis here, okay? That would be a general thesis. But anyhow, what I choose to do, what I would like to do tonight is do what they expect us not to do, because in reflecting upon what it is that they would want to be stopped, what it is they're trying to silence, what it is that they don't want us doing, is exactly what we do. And they prefer to have us distracted, chaotic, arguing, defending, and doing all of this stuff, which serves no purpose. Okay, all of that is distraction, which is the goal, chaos. And so my plan for tonight is I want to review some recent things that are worth reviewing. You know, the things that they don't want the public looking into. And let me say this. I can guarantee you, if this judge could have her way, if this all went the way that this judge would like it to go, you would not get a single shred of anything pertinent to this case. Meaning, you would not get evidence, you would not get filings, you would not get exhibits, You would not get a single thing. This judge wants an absolute berry job here. So what hurts most? Well, I believe what hurts most is actually doing what we can with what we have, because remember, my theory here being that this judge wants nothing discussed. So I truly do believe that the most that we can do here is scrutinize that which we have available to us. And so that's why I focused for the past year at least on a thorough review and a repeated digging through that which we do have. Okay. And so that's kind of what I want to do tonight, is take a little look at some of the pertinent things that we can take a look at that are a bare minimum. Remember, this is the bare minimum. There's so many levels to how this becomes a bare minimum. Remember that in the initial phases, they were literally deleting video evidence, okay? It's almost also my belief that they were literally destroying physical evidence. I am pretty much confident that not only was video evidence intentionally deleted, remember, they tried to have the public believe that it's possible or likely that 70 days worth of interview room footage would have been accidentally recorded over or deleted. It's an absolute falsehood. It's an impossibility. Okay. Never would it happen that more than a day or two would accidentally be deleted. Okay. They deleted that. It's my belief that they deleted physical evidence in the form of footprints, in the form of DNA that was intentionally compromised, in the form of perhaps fingerprints. They've also scrubbed the internet of particular content that was of concern for their interest. So remember that before we even get to the point where we have an arrest of Richard Allen and an ongoing legal case, we have years of deleting or hiding and disappearing of evidence. And then we have, like I said, the internet wiped of pertinent evidence. Remember, we had some of the victims' social media itself wiped of evidence. I wonder if there were trail cameras whose SIM cards were wiped of evidence. So when we're looking into these things that we're going to look into tonight, it's difficult because we almost have to go into it with the understanding that we're looking at remnants, the bare minimum, almost like we're looking at an impression of a shadow or a recollection of an image that was a photograph. It's a fragmentation of a fragment. We're looking at ghost, okay, because everything's been obfuscated. Anyhow, I thought it would be good, and it's always good, for us to look into things, no matter how many times we've looked into them or talked about them, to take another look, and we might see something that has been missed. All right, so this is the motion to correct error, which some of you may recall. As you can see, the date of this filing was approximately January 20th, 2025, which means it was composed by several individuals in the days leading up to January 20th, 2025. This gives us a good thread to pull on, okay? So this starts off, that's addressing the blatant inappropriate actions of Judge Benjamin Diener and Tobe Lesenby. And before we even get into this, so that you understand this, I'll give you my theory, okay? Because my theory is that this was an entire scam. This was a setup to get Richard Allen under the watch of the Odinist guards at Westville, where they could maintain complete control, dominance, and keep him under observation, okay? Now, I want you to think about what I'm saying here. Just a moment, please. I want you to stop before we even dig into this. I want you to think about what happened. And you have to think like a bad guy here. And I would say, imagine for a moment that it is a group of individuals similar to a faction of the Vinlanders who were involved in the murders of these girls. In a scenario similar or akin to what the Frank's Memorandum theorized. Now imagine that this group of people needed to bury a case using Richard Allen. So the situation arises where they are able to arrest Richard Allen, who they knew was there that day, who they knew owned a .40 caliber weapon. And this guy is arrested. And let's say that this group, having access to the levers of power, start to pull on those levers. And they say, all right, guys, we got him. Now we got to keep him under control. So he got to go to Westville, where we have our people. By our people, I mean the guards with the Odin patches, John Gallipo, the superintendent of the facility, or the warden, and the doctors, Monica Walla. Okay. So there's some sleight of hand where all they have to do is say, hey, Judge Diener, put him in Westville. Okay, please hold on. This thing keeps glitching on me, and I'm getting pissed off, to be honest with you. Just a moment. Let me see what the hell is the problem here. I never have issues with this setup here. So we're having issues with the signal. All right. So what I'm getting at is that if you're looking at this as a highly structured social control setup, meaning where the judges are controlled, the law enforcement is part of the structure of control, and the police officers, it'd be very easy to say, hey, we got to put them in Westville. So they have the judge pull a little sleight of hand. All right, so what's the sleight of hand, Prof? Well, the sleight of hand goes exactly like it appears to have gone. Okay, so by that I mean you have Judge Diener. He's the head guy in charge. He doesn't have the power to put Richard Allen in Westville. The sheriff doesn't have the power to put Richard Allen in Westville. But they each have a small, properly divvied up, area in which they have power. So the power that Lesenby has is to go to the judge and request safekeeping. The power that the judge has is to approve or deny that request for safekeeping and remand his care up to the Department of Corrections. And then the power that the Department of Corrections has is to assign him to a particular place. In this instance, it wound up being Westville. Okay. And we're still glitching. Jesus, man. What? See what the hell is going on with this. Maybe this will be better, maybe it won't. I connected to a different Wi-Fi. So what I'm getting at is the sleight of hand, the way that this is meant to look on the public facing side versus the way that it really happens. And here's my theory here. On the public facing side, it's exactly like you would see. Okay, the public facing side is like this. The sheriff requests safekeeping. The judge approves or denies safekeeping. In this case approves. The Department of Corrections then assigns Richard Allen to a place suitable for his housing. Okay, that's the public facing side. It all seems innocent. It all seems properly separated. Do you understand what I'm getting at? There's separation of powers. Now, but what is it really behind the scenes? Well, we had a somewhat of a glimpse into this because of this filing here and because of some of the safekeeping hearing. And this is where this motion to correct error starts here, where we see that the reality was that from the get-go, the decision was made to put Richard Allen under the care of the Odinist guards and the Odinist warden, John Gallipo, and Monica Walla. Okay, so from the jump, the objective was arrest and put in Westville where we have our people. Okay, so the way it went, which we have later learned, is that Judge Diener authors the safekeeping order or request, my apologies, Judge Diener authors the safekeeping request for the Sheriff Lesenby. Sheriff Lesenby then hands that request that he authored, that Judge Diener authored, right on back to Judge Diener, which he then signs. Okay, or he issues the approval or the order. Judge Diener then remands Richard Allen over to the care of the DOC, who then very quickly ushers him right into Westville. So it's it's the old 1-2. It's the old 1-2. It's the old sleight of hand, where in actuality it's a direct pipeline to Westville, to the Odinist guards and John Gallipo. You understand my theory here? But the public face, the way it looks to the public is that it's not a direct channel to throw him right on in Westville. There's a process. The process is that the sheriff requests, the judge authentically considers it and denies or approves, and then the superintendent of the DOC considers what is best for his safekeeping, and after deliberation and much consideration for Richard Allen's well-being, sends him on to a place best suited for his well-being. You see the stark contrast between reality and the fantasy? All the time knowing that it is indeed in Westville where the plan works out. Okay, so the plan being that he's going to be watched over, under observation, bullied, threatened, compelled to take a plea deal, threatened, his family threatened, drugged. You see the dominoes, the chain of events that follow his placement in where they had complete dominance. But they'll say, oh, Prof, you're a conspiracy theorist. Surely prisons don't have correctional officers and wardens who lie and abuse their inmates. Surely that never happens. Surely the doctors in those prisons don't try to fish confessions out of pretrial detainees. Surely that never happens. You're a conspiracy theorist. It's never been known to happen that these things take place. But that's indeed what happened. This was the first domino that started this whole ball rolling, where Richard Allen ends up in a horrendous condition. I don't know if I have that screenshot I can show you. I wish I did. Let me just do this. I didn't intend to do this, but we'll see if I can manage it. Just a moment. I'll show you this. Because, we want to keep in mind reality here versus the fantasy that they'll try to have you believe this fantasy. But, we know that we talk about and think about reality here. Let's see. Oh, I wasn't prepared for this. Jeez Christ, man. I don't know where I had that. But this needs to be seen by the people. This is not for us who've seen it, and this is not for me. This is for those who may have not seen it. If I can even find it. I'm not even sure if I'll find it. Let's see. Do I already have it up? I didn't even realize it. No. Yeah, I goofed. I don't know. I had it. I just saw it before the show. I was getting slides together. I think it's very important to demonstrate the point that I'm trying to head towards here. It must have been in recents. There we go. All right. So he ends up like this and worse. Trust me, you haven't seen worse yet because it's not been released from Discovery. So for his own safety, right? He ends up like this. Um, Now, what are you saying, Prof? Surely there's no conspiracy to do that to a man. Yeah. Sure. The conspiracy is that this guy's going to bury the Delphi case. This guy makes the case go away permanently. Okay, because justice is served for Abby and Libby. Everyone can go away. But it's the naivete that will allow you to believe that, because any person with any sort of realist perspective and acknowledgement of reality would understand that all of these guys have coffee together. They all have lunch together. They all smoke cigars together. Some of them snort coke together. Right? All of these guys, they're already a system. So what happens, in my opinion, is they got this guy arrested and the wheels are set into motion that we're going to put him where we got control, which is Westville. Okay. But like I said, the public facing part of this doesn't look like that, right? The public facing part looks like, oh, the sheriff is concerned about being able to keep him. So the sheriff has to ask the judge with a request that we need to keep him safe and I can't do it. So can you please make a decision? And the judge contemplates, considers it, and then decides whether or not he needs to be kept safe. And if he does, then he's sent over to DOC. And then DOC genuinely considers all the options for his placement. And then after deep consideration of the options, places him in the most appropriate environment. You see what I'm getting at? The way that it is spun as happening versus the reality of what actually happens are two entirely different things. Okay. Um, Now, so this, in this motion to correct error, that's what's being addressed initially. This first point, number one, is that Allen is railroaded into this safekeeping at Westville, where he ultimately ends up tortured, abused, and drugged, and then coerced. Okay. While being threatened by people who have ties to the same people who possibly left the crime scene looking like they had something to do with it. But in the midst of all of this, not only is he deprived of counsel, not only does Diener author the safekeeping request that he then signs or issues the safekeeping order on, it's complete, utterly preposterous. He then immediately resigns, right, after doing the unacceptable. So this motion to correct error brings this all into focus initially, where it's saying that not only did Mr. Allen not have representation at this important safekeeping decision, but that he also did not have the right and representation to refuse the transfer. You understand? So it's very difficult. It's a very difficult situation because not only had all of those happened, and the prosecutor and sheriff knowingly allowed this and participated in the scheme, but the result of the scheme is that he ends up forced into this position in Westville where he's subjected to all of this. And there are all of these technicalities regarding this whole issue of safekeeping. Okay, and that's what this thing is going through. Now, there's so many aspects to it that you would have to understand or say to yourself, yeah, there's a very clear reason why Judge Diener would resign or recuse himself from the situation. He recuses himself from the situation because he absolutely knows that what he did was unacceptable. In several ways, and this is all detailed here. And look at the footnote here that says the court need not speculate whether the safekeeping proceeding have serious consequence. In addition to being removed hours from his lawyers for over 23 months, Mr. Allen was unconstitutionally kept in solitary confinement, shackled, leashed, hooded, and deprived of human contact. He was also threatened with death, as well as his family was threatened with death. Okay? He was threatened with murder. His family was threatened with murder. He was tortured, abused, drugged forcibly. Confessions were not only baited or led or compelled, but they were coerced. All right? Additionally, the footage and the photography of his condition has still not been released to the public. Trust me, the public has no idea about the way that he looked. Only the jury was able to see that, and possibly one or two, okay, in the courtroom. This was all hidden from public consumption, okay? But even this doesn't look good, all right? This doesn't look good right here, but it's 10 times worse, okay? And eventually the public is going to be able to lay eyes on that. um, and remember, there's no denial about whether this happened or not in regards to the judge authoring the safekeeping request for the sheriff, and then the sheriff handing back to the judge the document that the judge himself had authored for the judge to then make a decision on. Now, I want you to think for yourself. Now, imagine if you're on the other side of this. Let me figure out how to remove this. We don't need to be looking at it. Jesus. Imagine if you were on the other side of this, and a judge and a sheriff colluded to circumvent the law and due process in conjunction with the prosecutor to have you forced into solitary confinement for more than a year, where you would be tortured, threatened, drugged, and abused. And in the absolute height of your drug-induced psychosis, confessions would be coerced out of you. The second point here, the attorneys say, next, let me bring myself back to the forefront here. Okay. They say next, in violation of due process clause of the 14th Amendment and Napui v. Illinois and its progeny, the state presented testimony of Brad Weber that Mr. Weber arrived home in his white van about 2:30 p.m. And remember, this particular testimony was necessary for the state's theory of the crime, being that Mr. Allen abducted the girls off the end of the bridge, had them down at the bottom of the bridge, was startled at 2:30 p.m. by Mr. Weber's van coming around, then proceeded to chase the girls or usher them across a rushing, frigid creek, forcing them to climb out on the other side of that creek. Then one of the girls dropping the phone at 2:32 p.m. Okay. Then subsequently, in this state of panic and fear and being startled by the van that was pulling up, that was overlooking this very scene, for some odd reason, he lingers. For some odd reason, although he's startled and frightened by this approaching van, who's pulling up to a position where he has the high ground and can be in an observational advantage to overlook this crime scene, Mr. Allen, although in a panic and being observed from a high position, from an elevated perspective, Mr. Allen then proceeds to play around at the crime scene, killing two girls in full view of whoever may have pulled up in the white van, having both of the girls undress in full view of the white van, having one of the girls redress in full view of the white van, killing both girls in full view of the white van in broad daylight, okay? Then moving and staging the bodies in full view of the white van and whoever was getting out of that white van, then playing around and finding sticks and searching the area for sticks where there was plenty of leaf coverage to be able to cover bodies, instead choosing to go ahead and find sticks to then arrange in geometrical formations with absolutely clear right angles, in formations that, according to expert Jeffrey Turco of Purdue University and an expert from Harvard University, were clear attempts at replicating a Germanic runic script, i.e., bind runes. Taking the time to do all that, then stashes the phone of the victim under the body of one of the victims, then leisurely walks out of the crime scene onto a main road where he was then viewed by a witness before getting into his car covered in blood as if he just slaughtered a hog, but somehow managed to not leave a single shred of DNA evidence, of blood evidence, a weapon, image, anything whatsoever. Okay? Now, the state relied on this for their entire scenario, their entire theory of the crime, from the timeline to the witnesses to the sequence of events to the time frame involved. They totally relied on this. Well, turns out the prosecutor knowingly allowed this falsehood to be conveyed. Because within discovery were several items, and we're gonna take a little look at those really quickly. And all this is doing is laying out what I just explained to you, some of the facts of the timeline. And you see how I mentioned that Westville was crucial to this, as was Dr. Manakawala. They're explaining this here at the bottom that Dr. Manakawala, who had infiltrated both the prosecution insiders and the defense insiders. Like, that's a very important point that many of you miss. Dr. Manakawala, not only was she a voracious fan of Delphi-related podcasts, Reddit, and the like, but she had also infiltrated inner groups from the prosecution and inner groups from the defense. So she was in an extremely privileged position to info farm from both the prosecution and the defense. Okay? Well, she is the one who alleges that during his drug-induced stupor, while force medicated of Haldol on top of Prozac, in his torture scenario at Westville, that he claimed, according to her, that he was interrupted by a van. Okay? So the state decides they're going to use Brad Weber to be that confirmation that there was a van and that this van was something that only the killer would know. Well, the state knowingly allowed this false story from Mr. Weber to come across because the state had in its possession evidence that contradicted this necessary point in the timeline, which is 2:30 p.m. Now, as an aside, keep in mind that Brad Weber worked at Subaru, okay, in Lafayette. I would like you to also keep in mind there's several other individuals who are highly questionable in this case, who are locals who were employed at the Subaru factory or the Subaru, who were employed by Subaru in Lafayette, Indiana. And if any of you out there have ever not considered that point, I need you to really keep in mind, in a case in which there's so many points you have to keep in mind, you have to keep in mind that Subaru, as an employer of multiple individuals who are highly questionable in this case, comes into play over and over and over, repeatedly. Okay, repeatedly. As a matter of fact, I'm not even going to go into tonight how many of these individuals tie into being employed at Subaru. It's really odd. It's really odd. It's almost as if an inner group of employees from Subaru are coincidentally an inner group of people tied to the Delphi murders. How how are the odds of that? How likely are the odds of that? Anyhow, now the problem here, okay, and this entire thing with Brad Weber, and this is what the motion to correct error is laying out, is that there are two distinct data points that confirm that this is a total falsehood as far as the timeline goes. Okay? And this is all here. So what I'm going to do is pull this down and I'm going to replace it with this. Let's see. There we go. I can get small for this because you need to be able to read this. All right. This is an important one, and I know that this has been overlooked, okay? The affiant Matthew Hoffman, an employee of the defense team, upon his oath on penalty of perjury, says, I am an investigator who has worked for the lawyers representing Richard Allen. Included in the discovery provided by the state to the defense was a tip regarding Ron Logan's confession to Reese Davis. Okay. Exhibit 4A is a redacted version. Exhibit 4A is a true copy. Exhibit 4B are handwritten notes taken by Hansard. Handwritten notes. Whoops, I got the wrong one, yo. Jesus Christ. Okay, wrong one. Let me see if I can grab the right one. That's the wrong one. I'm looking for Hoffman talking about Weber. Let's see. I goofed. All right. There we go. There we go. That's what I need. Geez, I clicked on the wrong one. I apologize. All right. Oh, I have to remove this one first. Okay, remove. Hey, shit happens. Okay, let's see if this is going to work out. That's the one. I apologize to all of you. Don't like wasting your time. Okay. Matthew Hoffman, right? Defense investigator. I am an investigator who's worked for the lawyers. Included in the discovery provided by the state is a video file being filed with Mr. Allen's verified motion to correct error. Exhibit 3A. Exhibit 3A is a video recording made by a security camera that was in the house at 5998 West County Road, 252 North. The house circled in the Google map below. Okay, so you can look at the Google map here. He's attached it. All right. The video recording was made February 13, 2017. The video recording was collected by law enforcement as part of its investigation. In other words, this is not make-believe. The video recording collected by law enforcement as part of the investigation in this case was provided to the defense by the state of Indiana and therefore has been in the state's possession. The original file name of the video recording as it was received by the defense is, following. The video recording is being filed with the file name Exhibit 3A. The security camera faced west-northwest. Okay. The security camera recorded continuously. The security camera was set to record with date and time information as part of the recording. The time on the security camera was set precisely 12 hours behind, such that 12 a.m. is really 12 p.m. The security camera recording covers the time frame from 2:42 p.m. to 2:50 p.m. The security camera had a wide-angle lens that captured video of traffic on West 252 North County Road, North 625 West, and the beginning of the private drive to the Weber property, which, as indicated by the end of the arrow in the Google Earth map below, begins as a continuation of North 625 West, approximately 190 feet north of that road's intersection with 252 North. Okay, West 252 North. So you get what I'm saying? County Road, North 625 West, and West 252 North are the only roads by which a vehicle could enter the Weber property. Let's read that again for you idiots in the back named the Troll Farm who like to deny reality. These roads are the only roads by which a vehicle could enter the driveway, which we call the private drive entering the Weber property. Any vehicle entering the Weber property by road would have been recorded by the security camera in the house at 5998 County Road, West 25 North, meaning any vehicle traffic going to the Weber property is captured by this particular security camera. According to the time and date stamps on the security camera, Exhibit 3A shows a white vehicle going north on 625, North 625 West, entering the frame at approximately 2:44:33 p.m. on February 13, 2017. Exhibit 3A also shows a white vehicle continuing into the private drive, meaning into the Weber driveway, at approximately 2:44:54, meaning basically 2:45. So I need you to all put your thinking caps on. Okay? 2:45, Brad Weber's pulling into the driveway. This is what this means. It's a recording. And then he further goes on to say that we've got still photographs taken from this recording. And I'm going to show those to you. Okay, there's zoom levels 1, 2, and 3, showing the white cargo van, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, that's what this whole deal is. Okay, he then further goes on to say that it appears that Mr. Weber returned home at 2:44:54 p.m., which is 12 minutes after the time that Libby's phone stops moving at 2:32 p.m. He further goes on to say that there is a redacted FBI subject information sheet dated March 3rd, 2017 from the FBI that states that on February 13, 2017, Mr. Weber's phone pings to this very address at 2:50 p.m. and repeatedly pings until 11:55 p.m. That Mr. Weber's phone first pings at 2:50 p.m. at the address, which is consistent with the video evidence that at 2:45 p.m. he pulls into the driveway, right? And then he shows the following. And I know it's very difficult to see on this, but what you'll see is that at 2:44 p.m., there's a white cargo van, which is the van Mr. Weber owns. And you'll see circled in red is a tiny red circle. You can see the van passing and entering the driveway. Okay, again, this is 2:44. Remember, the phone pings at 2:50. So a mere 5 minutes later, you see the van traveling. The van is traveling. First, top photo here, you can see the van approaching the drive. Middle photo, it's further along. And bottom photo, it's further along. That's a zoom in. You can see that it is a white cargo van, okay? And here you have the FBI subject information sheet, which attests to the fact that at 2:50 p.m. on February 13, 2017, Mr. Weber's phone pings at the address at which this photograph and video shows Mr. Weber arriving. So as you're looking at this van arriving, keep in mind it's 2:45 p.m. and the phone pings 5 minutes later at 2:50 p.m., which is perfectly normal. It's very much compelling and indicative that at 2:45 to 2:50 p.m., Mr. Weber arrived home. Okay? Which means he's 15 minutes too late to stop that phone from being left there on the ground due to Richard Allen chasing them across the creek. Do you get the relevancy of this? Do you get the relevancy? In other words, forget the fact that Manakawala alleges that there's a compelled confession regarding this van. Okay, erase that point because it's unreliable anyway. Just stick with the theory of the crime here. How does Richard Allen get startled by a van and rushes the girls across the creek such that the girl drops the phone at 2:32, and it's all due to Weber approaching? How does that work out if Weber actually arrives home at 2:45 or 2:50? Okay, it's an impossibility. So it doesn't happen. In other words, the state's timeline and the state's theory of the events that transpired break down. Okay? Anyhow, let's not get hung up on this particular corner because there's much more. Okay? There are many more points. All right, let's see. Now, the next thing this motion to correct error covers is Ron Logan and Reese Davis. And there's been a lot regarding Ron Logan and Reese Davis. And at the end of the day, it's really meaningless. Okay, you can't take any of it as having any meaning because as evidence, it doesn't work out. But there are points that in my mind end up becoming relevant regarding Reese Davis and regarding Ron Logan and Keegan Klein. Okay, and what those are, as far as I'm concerned, is that number one, the statements that Reese Davis alleges that Keegan Klein conveyed to him regarding this crime, absolutely, without a doubt, precisely align and match with the statements that Keegan Klein has made to plenty other people who have been in his presence and communicated with him. Now, I need you to think about that. Because every time the troll farm says anything, I need you to really fucking think that everything they say, it's going to be the opposite. Okay? Everything these people say, fuck it, I'll remove it. Everything these trolls say, which means everything the state says, it's going to end up being the absolute complete opposite. And what is one thing they like to say? Keegan Klein is a habitual liar. He's a compulsive liar. You see? So I need you to think about this, okay? Because here's the fact. Yes, Keegan Klein obviously tries to game the system. He's confessed to that himself. He's tried to game the people who talk to him through messaging right? Keegan Klein's whole deal is, I need some sour cream flavored chips. I need some commissary. I need some coffee in my commissary so I can trade it for whatever else. I need some money on my account so I can talk to girls. So yes, Keegan Klein's going to game the system. But does it mean that everything Keegan says is a lie? Think about it. Because that's what they want you to believe. Everything he says is false. Well, if that's true, tell me this. Because, liars can't keep their story straight. I mean, look at the family stories all these years. Okay? Can't ever keep the story straight because, see, the truth is always the truth. Therefore, it's always consistent. But lies have to be remembered specifically. So they always change. The story always changes. Well, tell me this. How is it that when it comes to Keegan's stories, why do they always exactly match with the people who have been in his presence? Like Reese Davis. Hey, Truth Seeker, please don't run people off of my channel. Truth Seeker. Truth Seeker, I'm sorry, please don't come in the chat to run people off to other channels. But I appreciate you trying to do what you're trying to do, but please don't direct people to other channels during the show, please. Now, Reese Davis, back to Reese Davis. Oh, it's Sunday? Okay, thank you, True Seeker. Yeah, thank you. No, it's not. It's okay. It's hard for me to read the chat while I'm trying to talk. This is so complicated, as you know. Okay, Reese Davis. I'm trying to get back to Reese Davis. What is it that sticks out to me with Reese Davis other than Keegan Klein? Okay. I'll get to it right here because it directly pertains to Roland Core. Here we go. It's right here. This right here. I want you all to open your eyes and read this so I don't even have to. Because remember, we're trying to reverse engineer a railroading job. You understand? Reese Davis again, I'm kind of screwing up. I got distracted. I'm sorry. Ron Logan. Okay, so Reese Davis, not only has he told the same story, Jesus Christ, man, it's so hard to keep my train of thought here. Okay. Ron Logan, Reese Davis, Keegan Klein. What I'm saying about these three, Reese Davis has told the same story allegedly that Keegan Klein fed to him that others have told that Keegan Klein fed to them. So Keegan Klein is telling a consistent story to multiple individuals regarding this crime. That is his first point with Reese Davis. Second point with Reese Davis when it comes to Ron Logan. Okay. So with Ron Logan, this issue of Detective or First Sergeant Hansard comes up, right? That Hansard took these notes from Reese Davis regarding Ron Logan. And I want to show you this one right here, page 17. Because see, they're going to also, let me bring my face up to this. Whoa, geez. Okay. Remember, like I said, the trolls will try to have you believe the opposite. So they're saying, oh, don't believe Keegan Klein. He's lying. He's trying to get a deal. He's just lying. He's trying to get compensation. He's a habitual liar. Let me ask you this. What have they also said about Reese Davis? Isn't it the same thing they're saying about Reese Davis? Oh, he's just a liar. He's just trying to get a deal. He's the same fucking shit. Now, what's important to me right here? Box cutter. Remember, these are the notes from Hansard while talking to Reese. So according to this, Reese says Ron Logan said he pulled a box cutter out. Okay, now keep in mind, this is in the state's possession. So you don't look at this. You guys never look at this discovery as defense product. You look at this as state product, state's evidence. So the state had evidence for years that box cutter now here's where I get to Mr. Core, because put your thinking caps on and remember back to the fact that the box cutter, when it came to Mr. Core, was not an issue for years until he was called in to discuss with McClellan multiple times. So are you getting what I'm putting down here? Box cutter becomes a thing that the state becomes aware of. The state discusses with Mr. Core regarding the weapon of choice multiple times. And then suddenly, Mr. Core has a revelation, an epiphany, an aha moment. Kind of like Sarah Carbaugh. After years of only saying muddy when talking to cops, muddy, 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 muddy. Suddenly, years later, after the repeated discussions with the state, Sarah Carbaugh says, oh, wait. Bloody, 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 bloody. He was bloody, 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 bloody. So think about it. Muddy becomes bloody, 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 just like multiple bladed weapons, one serrated, one straight edge, becomes multiple serrated, one bladed, one straight, one serrated, one straight, one serrated, one straight, one serrated. Well, suddenly it becomes, oh, box cutter. Are you seeing a pattern here? So Mr. Weber's story morphs, right? And the state's aware. Miss Carbaugh's story morphs and the state's aware. The medical examiner's story morphs and the state's aware. And it just so happens that each of these points becomes an essential component of the state's theory of the crime and the timeline. Are you seeing how I would think that that's important? That it's only when these witnesses change their mind. And these are not the only ones. Keep in mind, these are not the only ones. There have been law enforcement officers. So there seems to be a pattern in this case where state's witnesses whose particular bullet points are essential to the timeline and to the theory of the crime, these points suddenly change after multiple meetings with the prosecutor, thereby providing essential points in the state's theory of the crime and the timeline. Anyhow, I wanted to make that point for you, okay? I think it's very important. All right, moving on. Number 3 here is Defendant's Exhibit 5, the affidavit of Stacey Eldridge. States that dirt or water damage to the phone could not have caused the auxiliary jack on Liberty's phone to log wired headphones in, wired headphones unplugged. Miss Eldridge's expert opinion is newly discovered evidence, okay? And it says the court should read Miss Eldridge's affidavit. The short version is nothing in the data on Liberty German's phone, or at least what we would call the phone that she had in her possession that day, indicated that there had been water damage. Once again, let's restate that. Nothing indicated there's water damage to the phone. There's no water damage to the phone. Have we made it clear enough? Listen, if this girl goes through a creek, don't you expect that the phone would register water damage? I mean, you go into any iPhone store with water damage, they're going to immediately know. Are you telling me the state of Indiana don't know or doesn't know that there's water damage to that phone or not? None of the reports or extractions created by law enforcement reflect dirt or water damage. Photos of the phone show the phone did not show the phone to be wet, dirty, or covered by debris. Now, that's an important point we're going to get to. Miss Eldridge is unaware of any scientific or technological research suggesting that water damage or dirt damage occurred, or that should it occur to an iPhone 6S, that it would cause the phone to inaccurately log wired headphones plugged in, wired headphones out. Okay, that's an important point here, right? So we're going to be grown adults here, and we're going to actually look. And here we are with the affidavit of Stacey Eldridge, which accompanied this motion to correct error. Okay, I am over 18 years old. I received my BS in Management Information Systems from Bellevue University, my master's in Computer Information Systems from Bellevue in 2008, provided digital forensics and mobile forensic services through my business. I'm an adjunct professor at Oklahoma State University Institute of Technology, where I develop and teach digital forensics and mobile forensics courses. I also teach cybersecurity courses. I'm also an adjunct professor at Bellevue University, where I teach cybersecurity and digital forensic courses. I was director of cybersecurity at Lincoln Electric System. Wow, from 2017 to 2019. I was senior staff cybersecurity investigator and program manager at GE from 2012 to 2017. I worked for FBI from 2003 to 2012 as digital evidence instructor and a computer analysis response team senior forensic examiner. That's a mouthful. Again, I worked for the FBI from 2003 to 2012 as a digital evidence instructor. Aren't we talking about digital evidence? Yeah, I thought so. and a computer analysis response team senior forensic examiner. Aren't we talking about computer analysis of digital forensics? I have the following certifications relevant to digital forensics. And she goes through, okay, numerous, including how many? Count them, y'all. 1, 2, 3, 4 FBI certifications and a Celebrite certification, okay? This is not a rookie like the state would have you believe. Okay, she's also previously served as an expert witness. She lists some of the cases. She says data from Liberty German's iPhone 6S showed that wired headphones were plugged in to the phone at 5:44 p.m. on February 13, 2017, which is only 5 minutes before the third phone left the geofencing, by the way, because I know a lot of you have forgot about that geofencing in the timeline. And they were unplugged at 10:32 p.m. Isn't that a coincidence? 2:32 p.m., 10:32 p.m. Do they have something with the number 32? Because I know I do. Apple iPhone 6s were equipped with sensors to indicate water damage. There was no indication in the data from Miss German's iPhone 6s that indicated sensor identified water damage to the phone. I would expect to find evidence of water damage notification that is displayed to the user to be present on the phone. I reviewed the following extractions and reports produced by the state of Indiana in discovery in this matter. And she goes through 4 particular reports. She goes through the Celebrite extraction by Bunner on February 15th, the Celebrite extraction by Bunner on October 12th. She goes by Digital Forensics Examination Initial Report by Christopher Cecil on August 21st, 2019, and on to a secondary supplemental report by Cecil on August 18, 2024. None of the above reports at all Well, wouldn't you know it, the entire thing crashed on me. It entirely crashed. So now I have to pull all that back up. Oh, what a tragedy, because I had a whole series of PDFs up for you, but it's okay. It's okay. We'll get through it. It's been a glitchy night for me on this end. Jeez. All right, I believe we were here. Again, none of these reports contain evidence of dirt or water damage to the iPhone 6s, nor do they indicate that it was particularly dirty or covered in debris. Now, here's the interesting thing. Now, I really want you guys to put your thinking caps on here, and I question you to get on the same page with me here. The phone, so I've reviewed photos taken by the Indiana State Police. The phone does not appear to be wet, dirty, or covered in debris in these pictures. Furthermore, no pictures are taken of the phone displaying a message indicating that liquid had been detected. No pictures were taken of the control center of the phone to document that headphones were reported as being plugged in when they were not. I reviewed the chain of custody for the Liberty German's iPhone 6s, and it did not document that it was wet, dirty, or damaged when it was received. She furthermore adds as a thought experiment that iPhones that have recent water damage are known to reboot spontaneously, requiring multiple to complete extraction with a forensic tool. No instances are documented. So it doesn't seem so what's the conclusion here? There's no water damage. There's no water damage. But what's getting me, what I'm drawing your attention to as well, is right here, number A. In the photos that she was provided, there's no indication of water damage. Okay. So let's see. So I decided, hey, let's take a look. Let's take a look here. Because I need you to understand that we do not know if what we have seen is what she has seen. In other words, we don't know that that McClellan released to try to shut her down. Remember, these right here were released in a filing by McClellan to try to make her look stupid, to try to prove that it's wet and dirty. Okay, but have any of you asked Miss Eldridge if these are the photos that she reviewed? Because I haven't, but I'd like to know from Miss Eldridge. Are these the photos that you saw that led you to say it was not wet or dirty? Or are we looking at a whole separate set of photos? I'm curious about that. To be honest with you, I'm curious. Are we even looking at the same photos that she looked at? Are we even looking at the same phone that she looked at? Now, when we're looking at this, there's another point I'd like you to look at, because I noticed, okay, when you're looking at this, so ladies and gentlemen, look around. Look at these photos, right? Now I know it would be difficult. Look at the photos. Look at the leaves. How wet do those leaves look to you? Honestly, the leaves don't look wet. The ground looks wet. So if you look at the dirt here in this photo, the dirt looks wet. The phone looks moist, but the leaves look kind of dried. All right. And remember, in my commentary on this recent video that's been floating around, okay, this recent video there's been all the much consternation about, I made the statement that how odd it is that when those girls who are allegedly those girls step off the end of the bridge, you hear all those leaves crunching. Let me ask you ladies this, okay? Let's go for the ladies. Gentlemen, shut up. Let's ask the ladies. Ladies, listen. Have you ever walked in the woods or on the leaves after a rain when the leaves are wet? Okay. Now, have you ever walked on leaves or in the woods when it's dry? Now, here's a question. Which one crunches? There's a huge difference. See, wet leaves are soggy, they're nasty, they stick to your shoes. You see, wet leaves are wet. Dry leaves are crunchy, they're crispy. Dry twigs snap wet twigs bend. Have you noticed that on that video, if you listen very closely to that video, which I implore you all to do, listening closely to that video is a necessary component, because you would hear so many things that are essential to listen to in that video. But among those essential things are the sounds of very dry leaves crunching and very dry twigs snapping. That be a crunch. Okay. Now let's see. Jeez. I lost all of my exhibits. I have to pull them back up. It's frustrating. All right. This is the next one that I have. Allen's verified reply memorandum to State of Indiana's response to preserve and produce and request for sanctions, filed March 4th, okay, 2025. Okay, let's read it. In response to, in his response, which provided proof that the state failed to turn over exculpatory evidence, prosecutor glosses over the fact that he was in possession of letters from Reese Davis. Now listen, why are you showing us this, Prof? Because this is damning. This is another set of damning facts that we need to be paying closer attention to. McClellan was in possession of letters from Reese Davis, but he glosses over the fact that he failed to turn those over, even denying in an email that he even had such possession of such letters. He also left no explanation as to why a letter from Davis, which he claims is a third letter dated October 15th, is missing and cannot be found. Instead, the prosecution spends the majority of the response denigrating the defense counsel. True. Prosecutor McClellan is not the arbiter of exculpatory evidence or whether he has an obligation to turn it over. True. The law is true. Exculpatory evidence is defined as evidence tending to establish a criminal defendant's innocence, which, if you honestly would think about it, ladies and gentlemen, should be any evidence that establishes the possibility or the indication of reasonable doubt. And don't you think that any sort of evidence regarding confessions of Ron Logan or Keegan Klein would be indicators of some sort of evidence that might potentially help to establish reasonable doubt? Oh, sorry, that was not my fault. Or that was not a glitch, that was a sneeze. Carroll County local rule also requires McClellan to turn over exculpatory evidence. Based upon this filing that he has smart ass tried to make, we now know, due to confession in the form of a filing, that McClellan was in possession, or the state of Indiana was in possession of certain letters in October 2024, but failed to turn those over to the defense. Remember, that's trial. So before trial, they're in possession of letters, and they don't turn them over till far after sentencing on February 28, 2025. Prosecution only produced those letters after the defense sought the letters, being forced to file a motion to produce the letters after the prosecution failed to admit being in possession of the letters. And remember, they only handed over two of the letters, had no excuse for the third, and furthermore, could not even account for the others that potentially exist. The behavior of the state of Indiana is consistent with a pattern of behavior that has been explicitly demonstrated to the public throughout this fucking endeavor, to be honest. But has greatly impacted the defense and Richard Allen's constitutional rights. Okay. And it goes through some of the legal backing here. Defense theory. At Allen's trial, the defense indicated that the evidence supported that on February 13th, 2017, the victims were abducted, taken somewhere else, perhaps in a vehicle, and then during the early morning hours of February 14th, after the search parties had left the area and they were ultimately transported to the location where they was found, Ron Logan's. Now, I need you to all think about this. How many of you have actually put this together in your mind? Because I find it odd. Sorry, I have to sneeze again. Okay. Sorry about that. Now, how many of you have solidly established it in your mind? And I don't mean as an afterthought or as a hypothetical possibility. How many of you have concretely established in your mind that a major part of the defense's theory is that the girls were abducted, taken away in a vehicle, and then in the darkest dark of the midnight hours, 2, 3, 4 a.m., returned to the crime scene and dumped there on Ron Logan's? How many of you conceived that? Don't say you have if you haven't, because I know a majority of people that escapes them because case has been so overwhelming. There's so much gaslighting. How many of you have firmly established in your minds that the defense's theory is that the girls are taken somewhere else, and that after 2 a.m., once the search parties have cleared and there's the all clear, that someone brings in them in a vehicle and dumps their bodies right on Ron Logan's? Okay. So if you haven't established it in your mind yet, put it in your mind. It's an aspect, and it's actually very possible. It's likely. It would explain the fact that the girls' bodies were not found for 19 hours. Okay. But let's continue. Further, that the defense's theory was that evidence strongly supported that multiple people were involved in the abduction and the murder of the victims. Okay, once again, an aside for all of you out there, because I think this is the red pill that this community needs to thoroughly understand and digest. The defense's theory is that multiple individuals abducted the girls, took them away, kept them away for hours upon hours, only returning them when the coast was clear and the searchers were sent away. And they're then dumping them on Ron Logan's property. Hey, Leanne, I am so glad you are here, young lady. What if they went willingly because a family member was with them? So they weren't actually abducted, but killed and brought back later. Okay, good one. Good one. Well, let me give you another possibility. What if they went willingly because a cute guy? So let's how about we amend your hypothesis, Leanne? And I so appreciate you being here because you are just a blessing for that comment. Let's amend your comment. What if they went willingly because a family member or a cute guy was with them? So they weren't actually abducted, but they went willingly. And whatever happened, they ended up in a horrific, bad situation and were then brought back and dumped on Ron Logan's property. So that's what I mean, that if we combine all of these with the defense's theory, what we're looking at is, what if the potential possibility here is that a group that may have been family, that may have been who they thought were friends or cute guys, abducted them or took them willingly. Let's think about this. You've all surely by now have seen that video. I said immediately when I saw it, I don't see any stress, anxiety, concern, freaking out. So at least at this point, there's no fear. There's no evidence of fear. So who knows if they went willingly or not? I don't know. All right. Let's continue here. The state's theory was that in some order, the following uh, fairy tale fantastical events took place. The state's theory is that, look, let's be real. Let's be real. The state's theory is literally Gray Hughes' theory. This theory has been propagandized into the minds of the public and the citizens of Carroll County since 2017, relentlessly. They had an entire contingent of YouTubers propagandizing the public about this particular hypothetical theory of the crime. That's why Bridge Guy was so important to this endeavor. And the state's theory from day one has been the following. This is why they burned that image of Bridge Guy into your minds. That a lone wolf killer acting alone after running or briskly walking across the bridge to catch up to the girls, which is not seen on the video, by the way. Since he was indeed not seen in the 207 photograph. Oh, Prof, can we please do a detour and talk about that 207 photograph? Oh, sure. Prof loves talking about that photograph. Let's see if I can find it. Oh, gee willikers. Just a moment. I need to show you that photograph. This has been a total problem with the crashing of my app. And I'm not a conspiracy theorist. It's just that there's some glitch with the internet tonight. Okay. But I need to show you this because it was in my, here we go. You just have to re-upload it. So what this filing is drawing your attention to is the anomalies in the state's theory. And one of the very first thing it draws your attention to is the fact that he must have been running or walking briskly to catch up to the girls, since he's not seen in this photograph. Okay? Hey, ladies. I like talking to the ladies. So what up, girls? Look at the photo. Where's Bridge Guy? We'll be back to this photo. We'll get back to this photo. So the state's theory is that he's not in that photograph, but somehow he runs briskly and catches up with the girls. But then we see the video, right? The video, the girls act like they're completely unaware of his presence or completely comfortable. Choose your poison. Let me ask you ladies that. Should that guy have run up the bridge to catch up with them? Do you think they'd be a little spooked by that? You would expect them to act or look uncomfortable. But no, they're not uncomfortable. Like I said earlier, they're completely comfortable. I had speculated in my previous live stream that it's almost as if they're with him, honestly, because I mentioned in that live stream, they're equidistant. If you look at the distance from the camera to Abby, and then look at the distance from Abby to Bridge Guy, they're all equidistant. Well, let me ask you this. When you walk equidistant with a group of people, are you together or separate? It's often the case that when you walk equidistant, you're together. It's a whole other subject, though. I didn't mean to get all into that. Anyway, we'll continue. Let's minimize me. But he's seen on the video walking casually. He's not panting like a 45-year-old man who had run across the bridge with a heart condition. Nope. The girls are also completely comfortable. But the theory is that he runs across the bridge, catches up with them, they remain comfortable, and until the exact moment that they shut off the video, which just happens to be the moment he forcibly abducts the two victims who slid down the hill. And I would encourage all of you who have not seen people going down that hill, just go find a video on YouTube of someone going down that hill. You got to get on your ass, basically. Okay, but the theory is that he slides down the hill with these two little girls. Then, in a panic, because he observes the van, corralled the victims across the chest deep, rushing, frigid creek while holding a gun, keeping both victims under control. And then somehow, both victims are undressed. The phone is dropped. The younger victim is later redressed in the clothing of the older victim, and the lone panicked killer murders one victim and then murders the other victim without anyone hearing any screams, anyone seeing anything, in spite of sound traveling well, and in spite of the Weber property being in an elevated uh, 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 strategic position to observe that exact crime scene. Okay, but no one hears or sees anything. In spite of the sound traveling all the way through the area, all the way to the bridge, and in spite of Weber being in an elevated position, right? Then the lone panicked killer moves the older victim from one area to another area next to a tree without any drag marks. And remember, the entire time, the theory is he's assaulting two victims with a bladed weapon and leaves 0 defensive wounds on either victim. Think about that, y'all. He's assaulting 2 victims with a bladed weapon, which they are now theorizing is a box cutter. Let me ask you ladies this, okay? Because these are female victims. You got a guy with a box cutter. There's 2 of you. Do you think that guy with a box cutter coming at you is going to be able to slash both your throats and not leave one cut on any part of your body whatsoever? No defensive wounds. Not on your arm, not on your skull, not on your finger, on your back, on your hands when you're trying to say, A guy with a box cutter, flailing it to kill you and your friend, and neither one of you have a single defensive wound? And that's likely? And all that activity, according to the state's theory, occurred in a 19-minute time frame between 2:13 and 2:32 p.m. But remember, Brad Weber's not home until 2:45, 2:50 p.m. After the murders, the state's theory is that this panicked killer who's freaking out from a van that hasn't even appeared yet for another 15 minutes then takes time to place sticks. No, to first he searches out the sticks. Then he takes time to place them on top of the victims' bodies in particular geometric patterns resembling Germanic runic script, i.e. bind runes. And then in spite of this panic, and in spite of Weber being in an elevated position, he hangs around the crime scene for over a fucking hour. Listen, I don't mean to show my face, but come on, y'all. So after panicking that there's a van coming, he does all of this. Then he plays around with the bodies for an hour. But he plays around with the bodies for over an hour before exiting the crime scene northward near a cemetery before this panicked killer chose to walk westbound toward his vehicle on a road when there were easily traversable woods. Listen, for those of you who have not, bro, I hate doing it. I've got to be annoying. Look, I've been to the crime scene. I recommend you all do. There are woods that are recessed. All right? Let me ask you this. If you were covered in blood and had just murdered two little girls, do you think you would go up to the road where local residents regularly pass at 3 p.m. in the broad daylight, middle of the day? Or would you, being, a killer who doesn't want to get caught and is covered in blood, would you walk down through those woods as far as you can to the nearest point to access your vehicle undercover so that you're down, you're hidden, you're in the woods, you can listen, and if you hear a vehicle approaching, you can hide behind a tree and seek cover? I'm telling you, the amount of suspension of disbelief that has to occur to believe this fantasy fairy tale, this movie script, it's unbelievable. All right, so continuing. But he's walking westbound, according to the state, in a bloody outfit, knowing that he's in full view. Listen, when you're on that road, okay, I got to be annoying again. Listen, y'all, like I said, you got to go. You got to go to the crime scene. Listen, when you're on that road, there's woods that are recessed down below on one side. You know what's on the other side? Open fields and a two-story home. Now, let me ask you that. Are you going to are you going to walk covered in blood from head to toe? Are you going to walk on a road that's surrounded by fields with a two-story home up ahead in between you and your vehicle, and a whole garage and a butcher shop and a whole other fucking series of traffic coming in out there? Or are you going to stick down in those bottoms? But yeah, that he's going to walk in a bloody outfit, knowing that he would be in full view of any vehicles traveling that road after having killed the victims an hour and a half earlier. So get what he's putting down here is that, are you seriously going to believe that this guy's in a panic from a white van, but he still decides to kill two little girls in the middle of the day and then hang around for an hour and a half before getting the F out of there on a main road covered in blood from head to toe? The state's theory was not that multiple men or women were involved in the crimes, but that one man alone committed all these crimes and did so that afternoon. Okay? So they go on, and they cover Reese Davis, they cover Keegan Klein, and the details about Klein. And like I said to you, Klein's story has been consistent with multiple individuals. Shit, just ask the couple that are in the chat tonight. But see, let me put this down too, because I got to admonish somebody. There's somebody in particular in this community who absolutely knows what Klein has said. And let me ask you, why are you playing stupid? He goes on to say, had the defense known of Keegan Klein's statements, it could have brought these statements out and brought both of them in for depositions. These depositions could have revealed additional information. Yeah, you would think, right? Including whether or not at some point Keegan Klein finally admitted that Richard Allen had nothing to do with the crimes. As Reese Davis stated directly to counsel in a jail interview on February 12th, 2025. Once again, are you understanding? Are you understanding? So Reese Davis on February 12th, 2025 tells the defense that Klein finally admits that yes, there is a third person, but it's not Richard Allen. And also shows that Keegan Klein's claim about the activities of the third person involved with him and Logan was inconsistent with Richard Allen's whereabouts. Remember, that important point there is that he claims that the bodies were moved multiple times. And let me ask you this. If you know about the props theory, what do you think about the props theory? See, the props theory is that, yes, those bodies were moved multiple times. And I don't mean both bodies. I mean one body, because I believe Libby's body was killed there right where she lay, basically. But I believe that those girls, I'll put it that way, those girls were moved multiple times. Okay, those girls were moved multiple times. The last time they were moved, they ended up on Ron Logan's, and Libby was killed on that spot. But what do you have coming out of Keegan Klein, Ron Logan, and Reese Davis? But all of this was withheld from the defense prior to trial and during trial. Additionally, the defense could have asked the DOC to provide video from the very pod where Reese Davis and Keegan Klein were housed to determine whether they were frequently talking with one another, and I guarantee you they were. Whereas if the video shows that Davis only talked to Klein one or two times, then it would show that Davis was lying. Either way, the defense had a right to those letters to conduct its own investigation, which is the absolute point. You see, the whole point of this is that they had a right to investigate themselves to provide the possibility of reasonable doubt, which is their right for their client. Now, what did this prosecutor ensure in collusion with the judge and the law enforcement? All right, let's keep on. They're talking about the withholding of the letters. We'll skip this because you already know. McClellan withheld the shit. Listen, let's be honest here. For those of you who don't know, some of you might be first timers. McClellan withheld everything. Like I said, not only did they delete recording 70 days of recordings of interviews, they also deleted phone extractions. They also deleted DNA, and they typically, I mean, they technically contaminated DNA samples to render them unusable. They also possibly destroyed other forensic evidence physically, like hairs, fibers, fingerprints, etc. I would even speculate that they destroyed tips. Remember, you're relying on the honesty of these people in regards to the tips that came in on this case. Let me ask you this. What's the accounting for those tips? Because they've already proven that they are untrustworthy, that you cannot rely on their honesty. So if you cannot rely on their honesty, how in the hell are you supposed to rely on their honesty regarding the tips that may or may not have come in? Just like they deleted 70 days of video evidence, how do you not know that they didn't delete, or how do you know that they didn't delete 70 tips or 700 tips or 7 tips? All right. And this goes into the whole battle over the discovery. All right. And now they go into critiquing the deleting of shit. And this is where I say we got to grow up here and stop giving the state of Indiana the benefit of the doubt. That's what only retards would do. Okay. At this point, they've proven themselves completely compromised, completely untrustworthy. Anyone who would give the state of Indiana the benefit of the doubt has serious mental issues. Right? Steve Mullins claimed that Brad Holder and Patrick Westphal and other crucial early interviews between February 14th and February 20th, 2017 were recorded over, was not relayed to the defense until January 30th, 2024. In spite of the defense asking for that since August 10th, 2023. Okay, and it goes into explaining all that. It also expresses the astonishment that the prosecution or the state would not immediately disclose that you've deleted 70 days of evidence. But McClellan and Mullen, two of the untrustworthiest bastards in Indiana, they said zilch, zero. They said nothing. They also delayed. They also intentionally disorganized discovery to stumble up the defense investigators. So remember, everything about this case has been delay tactic, delay, delay, delay. Delay it 6 months, delay it 4 months, delay it 8 months, delay it 9 months, delay it 13 months. Okay, delay, 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 deny, 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 deny. And remember, defense counsels practiced over 30 years. In that time, they had learned or experienced that if any prosecution had ever received exculpatory evidence or learned that certain crucial evidence had been destroyed, it would have immediately contacted the defense to let them know. This would be colossal news. Colossal news, right? This is like make it or break it. To lose such crucial evidence on a case is not the type of thing that would ever leave your mind if you're the prosecutor in this case or you're involved in unified command. But no. They played stupid. They've played stupid every step of the way. Okay, it's called obstruction of justice. Do you understand that out there? This is called obstruction of justice. To make matters worse, when the defense finally learned of these so-called recorded over interviews, meaning intentionally deleted, the defense asked if there was some documentation memorializing what exactly happened to those interviews, how it happened, that crucial evidence had been recorded over. However, no such report had ever been tendered to defense. But some point later in time, they did receive a report, and it was drafted by Steve Mullen, but inexplicably, it's undated. Almost as if it's a made to order CYA, right? So the question has to be asked, why did Mullen and McClellan not immediately alert to the defense that Holder and Westfall and the families and Kelsey's and many other interviews, many other evidence, many other reports were all gone, recorded over, disappeared, permanently gone, irretrievable. And why did they not turn over the allegedly you know a, accountability report regarding this incident or these incidents? But nope. They've never explained to anyone, not to the people, not to the court, not to the defense attorneys, why this whole clusterfuck and why it took 5 months to provide this fake document. And keep in mind, they also did not provide a detailed accounting of this. And I've said before, and I want to reiterate this. How is it that you have 70 days of lost footage from interrogations? How is it? Look, please, y'all, please stop arguing with me in the chat, Criminal Network. I get to have my theory here. I do. I love you, but I get to have my theory here. Okay, I don't want to argue about my theory. I get to say what I want to say. But how is it? How is it, y'all? So my point being, you have investigators, called detectives. Let's think about it how stupid people think of shit. You have detectives. Okay, these detectives, what do these detectives do? They detective, right? I mean, surely you've seen The First 48, one of my favorite TV shows back in the day. What do detectives do? Well, let's see. They drive around, right? Remember, and think of The First 48. All right? Think of The First 48. What do these do? What do these First 48 do? You usually got two detectives in a car, right? They're partners. So they'll arrange to talk to someone or whatever, and they go drive over and they'll talk to people. And then they'll bring some people into the interrogation room. They'll talk to them there together. They'll write down in a little notebooks. They'll record the interview room. And then from time to time, what do? They'll review footage. Remember that? Remember that part of what detectives do? Sometimes they're like, hey, remember a couple of weeks ago we interviewed, I don't know, Michael. So then they'll pull up Michael's interview from 2 weeks ago on the computer. Remember in The First 48, it's filmed in the 90s and 2000s, old shit. So they'll go on the PC and they'll pull up the interview of Michael from 2 weeks ago. And then they'll sit there and they'll look at the video and they'll listen to what he was saying in that recording of that interrogation. And they'll say, oh, yeah. And then they type up their report. And then they'll go back and they'll listen again, maybe. Maybe they'll go talk to someone else They'll go find someone else to talk to, and then they'll get some other angle, and then they'll come back and they'll review that interview again from the interrogation room. And it's, oh yeah, right, right. No, they'll add to their report. That's how they detective. So let me ask you that. Are you telling me that you had a unified command, you had an investigation to the murders of 2 little girls, right? You had the entire FBI, the entire task force, you had hundreds of people detecting this case. Not one of those detectives ever in this entire thing for 70 days ever had the necessity to go back and access one of those interviews? I'm just saying, doesn't it seem logically like at some point during a week or two or a month or two that one of the cops working this would say, hey, yeah, I need to go check the recording from 2 weeks ago or a month ago. And that they would then thereby discover, oh no, it's gone. Oh no, oh my God, put the brakes on everything. We just realized, because I just went to get that interview from 2 weeks ago, that it's all gone. Oh my God, let's fix this immediately. Are you telling me you honestly expect anyone in the world to believe that not one law enforcement officer who was doing this whole job had the necessity to go access any of this shit until 70 days transpired and thereby it eventually gets discovered? What's the likelihood of that? Now, really. I mean, it tends to seem like an absolute impossibility. I don't know about you. I kind of think of reality. And it just seems to me like, gosh, that has to be a literal impossibility. But seems like, should you retroactively want to go delete 70 days of shit, seems like it's a definite possibility. Oh yeah, you know what? We did this all, up until this point, but we got to make this shit disappear because it's bad for our theory. It shows the cartel or whatever. So delete 70 days. Okay, it's a cleanup job. Okay, it's cleaned up. Good. So now we'll just say that we accidentally recorded over that shit. And no one will ever think that logically we should have had to notice this before 70 days passed by. Okay, sorry. I got a little upset about that angle. Number 2, for 4 months, McClellan held on to exculpatory evidence he had in his possession from Todd Click's lawyer, including a certified letter detailing how law enforcement officer was concerned. Essentially, that McClellan may have the wrong man charged based upon evidence. That Click and 2 other enforcement officers, one of who was murked by an Odinist, had gathered over a lengthy investigation that led them to believe that Holder and Fields, perhaps others, were involved in the murders. As this court knows from the Frank's memorandum, including documentation provided in that memo, on May 1st, 2023, McClellan received through the USPS a certified mailing from Todd Click's attorney. Okay. This certified mailing not only contained a letter, but also the actual evidence that Click and law enforcement officers Kevin Murphy and Greg Ferenczi had gathered during their investigation. Et cetera, et cetera. But for 4 months, he withheld this. Okay. In a normal world, a prosecutor would have seen this as an earth-shattering mailing and have forwarded it to the defense. Normally, this mailing would cause a normal prosecutor to immediately contact the defense lawyers to alert them that the prosecutor had received this information, especially if it tended to lead toward exculpatory or evidence that would help establish reasonable doubt. However, that did not happen. Instead, he held on to it and tried to hide it for 4 months. And he only turned it over after it became clear to the prosecution that the defense would be learning of that. In the August 10th, 2023 deposition of Holman, the defense provided Holman and the prosecution with the 12-page Odin report, where the prosecution had to know that Click was a member of that investigation and that the shit had hit the fan. Yeah. And remember, those patches mysteriously disappeared off those Odinist guards' uniforms after Holman became aware that they would be looking into that angle. Please don't forget that one. Which would indicate, by the way, for those slow learners in the back, that Holman contacted someone at Westville, most likely John Gallipo, and informed him that the defense is onto the Odin shit, remove the patches. One would speculate. Number 3, why in a September 6, 2023 email did McClellan claim that the Purdue professor's identity was unknown and perhaps would, quote, never be known, when in fact law enforcement had already known the identity of the Purdue professor, in fact, since mid-August 2023. In yet another example of what appears to be an attempt to conceal exculpatory evidence, which is a pattern for this prosecution, McClellan has yet to explain to the court, the public, or anyone else why he sent an email to the defense on September 6, 2023, claiming that he and Ellie did not know the identity of the Purdue professor, and they may never learn the identity of this Purdue professor. Of course, that was all bullshit. They knew the identity of the Purdue professor. In fact, the Frank's memo was filed on September 18, 2023. Coincidentally, the very next day, lo and behold, Jerry Holman actually found and interviewed that quote-unquote missing Purdue professor, Jeffrey Turco. Only 13 days after it was relayed that the identity is not known and may never be known, according to McClellan. Now, what's interesting here is this footnote, which is pretty revealing as to why. Okay, you want to know the why? Here's the why. While Turco admitted in his report from 2017 that he could not confirm what the sticks represented, he said, the argument that these markings constitute an inscription inspired by Norse runes or modern recreations thereof is quite plausible. Get it? The words from Turco were not very deep in the report, but rather in the very first paragraph. It's not surprising that McClellan and Holman would not want the defense to have this report. As a matter of fact, in his September 19, 2023 interview with Holman, Turco commented, I think the idea that somebody is trying to kind of replicate early Germanic script, runic script, I think, is a given. But Holman claimed under oath in his deposition that the Purdue professor had stated that the sticks were, quote, not Odinism or any type of cult worshiping or any type of group that would have conducted the crime. Holman misrepresented under oath the findings of that Purdue professor. Not only that, he also tried to validate the Odinist as a true leanings of certain people as a legitimate religion. Have you all noticed that in the crowd? Have you all noticed that yet? That not only did Holman try to misrepresent outright Jeffrey Turco's direct statements. Remember these statements to the effect that it absolutely was an attempt to replicate Germanic runic script, and that it was someone's idea and had meaning to someone of that sort. But Holman also tried to say that, oh, these guys ain't like this, these guys ain't like that. These, it's just a religion that these guys do. Again, why did McClellan fail to turn over the faked Brad Holder crime scene photo? You guys surely know about that one. Maybe because it matched or resembled something like the crime scene looked like. Okay, then there's the other issues this brings up about the similarities of some of Holder's and Westfall's bullshit to these people. Let me see if I can grab the final one. There was another one. Oh my. I'm really upset that I had this crashed. This crashed on me. Is this it? Yep. All right. Just a moment. We got another little spicy, saucy bit for you. Motion to preserve specific evidence. This was also filed January 20th, 2025. Motion to preserve specific evidence. Order the state of Indiana, please, and all law enforcement agencies, including labs, state, federal, local, to preserve this evidence and not destroy or lose. Pardon me, I want to laugh. Have you all noticed a pattern of Indiana destroying and losing evidence? If you don't know about that yet, I would encourage you to look into it. It seems to be a pattern with the state of Indiana is destruction and loss of evidence, which is why this defense felt compelled to recommend in advance that you not destroy or lose this evidence. Said request is made for the reason that said evidence may be used at any future trial should this case ever be retried, or may be used in future post-conviction lawyers in the event that the matter is not overturned by appeal. Saying Richard Allen's attorney requests the following. Number one, all physical evidence taken from the crime scene or near the crime scene. Let's take a little detour. I do apologize for this is not always easy. Okay, this is difficult to organize. Let's see if I can whoop this out. Okay, remember this crime scene? Okay, so we got a crime scene in which children are left with this sort of bizarre tableau. Left to be discovered in this way, I should add. Okay? This has been animated or illustrated in order to lessen the blow to the eye, in order to somewhat soften the blow, okay? But for effect, I've done you a favor, and I've presented, because it's so important, the actual stick formations for your consumption, which are like this and this. Okay? So just imagine, if you can hypothesize, or if you can visualize in your visual imagination, imagine this and this are part of this. Okay. So that's fantasy. This is reality. All right. And we also have, as part of that, uh, another illustration I'd like to make to you, since we can't show you the real thing. We can show you this. Okay, and I can allow you to compare the posturing of this posture. I can allow this posture to resonate with this tableau in your mind. Okay, once again, compare that to this, right? And then you compare this to this. Again, compare this to this. Okay? Now add to that this. Remember, the state of Indiana expects you to believe that this is someone wiping their hand on the tree. This is someone wiping their hand on the tree. This is a bloody hand being wiped on a tree, according to the state of Indiana. All right? But you're supposed to believe that all of this is just happenstance covering of bodies with sticks and wiping of hands on trees. You understand? You understand how important this is? But add to all of that the following. Belts, which means a belt that was found at the crime scene, y'all. A belt, what is believed to be a girl's belt, one of the victim's belts. Add to that cigarette butts and multiple electronic items, or we should actually call them devices. So you've got multiple devices, you've got multiple cigarette butts, and you've got you've got a belt. So maybe you're realizing at this point that this is all in discovery. All right, so next up, all DNA swabs. All DNA swabs. And remember, I've said to you, it is truly my belief. It's truly my belief that the DNA was purposely contaminated. Additionally, all forensic evidence, which was also, as I mentioned, I believe there was forensic evidence intentionally destroyed. Any and all reports or lists that identify anyone whose interviews were erased while in possession of law enforcement or the state of Indiana. Remember, I said, surely this must exist. I mean, after all, you've deleted 70 days of interviews. Surely you must have some accounting of what was deleted. And then it just for purposes of thoroughness, it says all these items are not intended as an exhaustive list, but are rather a few specific items the defense is requesting. And we just ask that you preserve everything. Yeah, but what did this judge do? No, she said no. She said no. She said no. Now, I have more, but I think that we've done enough. I'm sure all of you have somewhat of a headache tonight. I think that's enough for tonight, as in regards to looking at the filings. There's always opportunities in the future to continue to to look at more. So I'll save the rest for later. Like I said, my shit crashed. So the other couple that I have to go and pull them up. I don't even feel like digging. Um, Now, I would like to get to some weird shit if I can manage. Because, I always like to get down to the bottom of the elephant in the room. Possibly one of the most major of which you're looking at now. Now, let me say this too before we continue, because I need to address this. We will be doing an extreme deep dive into this video release that's so contentious right now. And look, let me just begin by saying that video release, there are clearly so many problems with it that it's actually astonishing that it was released. I don't know how they could have released that video not understanding that people would see the anomalies immediately. So let me just give you a few of those, and we won't cover them because what I intend to do is make a presentation for you that makes it explicitly clear for you. But let me say that we've already talked about the fact that there is a whispering. So there appears to be a third party, okay, who is whispering, right? Can we all agree to that? Now, what's interesting about that? You see, I have such amazing people who help me all the time, like by sending me emails and whatnot. So one of the people sending me emails and videos, and I mean, I'm not getting all into it because some people don't want to be public facing. Some people just want to. Some people just want to help out in the way that they can and help us here. But someone drew my attention to the fact that you really got to look at the shadows. Okay, so listen, we've already said you got to listen to the sounds, right? You already know that. Well, comes in layer number 2. You've got to look at the shadows. Now, here's where it gets really fucking frightening. The shadows validate the audio. What do you mean, Prof? Well, it is absolutely certain at this point, at least in my mind, that what is heard in the audio in terms of a third party whispering is seen in the shadows in terms of a third person in the shadows. Oh yeah. So before we even get into it, we'll probably do it Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday of next week. But before we even get there, before I have the opportunity to get to it, you can do your own looking at it. Okay, maybe when we meet again to look at those shadows, you'll understand there's something there. Okay, there's something. So you see, I think that they didn't understand that people would actually listen to the sounds and look at the light. I mean, sound and light. After all, sound and light are waveforms. What are waveforms? Energy representations, right? Documentations of energies. So you're listening to the sounds, you're looking at the waves of light, the shadows. The sound and the light are documented forms of energy that are embedded in the digital data that is represented by a video and audio video. So it's absolutely certain in my mind that the shadows confirm the audio, which means the third person seen in the shadows is also heard in the audio, and vice versa. There's another thing too. And I don't know whether I want to say this yet. No, I don't want to say it. I want to save it. I want to save it. Here's what I'd say. And this should already be assumed from what I've always felt, but I think it's a mistake to assume anything, right? In this case, assuming anything is a really huge mistake in this case. So I think it's a mistake to assume that Libby is holding the camera that is filming. I'll say it that way. Okay. Until I can show you better with the examples, I'll just say it this way. It's a mistake to assume that Libby is holding the camera that is filming. Yeah, got it? So maybe if you go review that video, think about this. Maybe Libby is heard, but maybe it's not her holding the camera. All right? Now, moving on from that. So I wanted to get the video out the way to look at this, okay, which is this photo here. Let me remove myself for a little, okay? Now, here we get back to this thing. Because we know for years we've looked at this and people have said, nah, this ain't right. Right? People have said, this ain't right. Well, oddly enough, even the state of Indiana said, I don't know. Woo! Boy, I'm telling you, when the shit just unfolds, how you know it's going to unfold, because it is what it is and it has to be. Even the state of Indiana said, when looking at this, I don't know. I don't know. Because this right here is so bad. Even the state of Indiana, as far as they're willing to go, they weren't willing to go this far. This is what I mean by this is one of the elephants in the room. Now, what about the other elephants in the room? Well, let's see if I can snatch it. There you go. That's another elephant in sorry, pardon. Oh gosh. The hell's happening to me? Okay. Another elephant in the room. This one. All right. Okay, so Prof, what the hell are you saying about this one? Come on, Prof. Well, okay, first impressions, right? First impressions. First impressions. You take this and you compare it to this and this. Whoops, wrong way. Okay, this and this. This. Now keep in mind, because you guys are really fucking smart. You are the smartest viewers on YouTube. Okay, smartest viewers on YouTube. Think about it. No Snapchat filter on this one. Okay, I got to point this way. No Snapchat filter, but look at it. No Snapchat filter, but look at it. Snapchat filter, but look at it. All right, now consider the fact that on this one, yes, there is a Snapchat filter. Okay? Now ignore the Snapchat filter. And I got to bring myself closer again. Apologize. Let me just say that, look, I'm not claiming to be a professional photographer, but I have had experience photographing with photography. I mean, you guys don't know it yet, but I mean, I've got thousands and thousands and thousands of photos. I've dabbled in appreciating cameras and using good cameras in photography my whole life. Okay, so from a photographer's eye, and I would consider myself a amateur play around with cameras photographer. From a photographer's eye, from a composer's eye of photography and framing composition of a photograph. Okay, I look at these photographs and my photographer's eye says same artist, same photographer, same camera, things like that. Now look at this. With that in mind, let me remove myself. Okay, now just use your first impression to, I guess, suspend your disbelief and think about same photographer. Okay. Does it make a little sense? Maybe. At least a little suspicion that it might make a little sense that that's all the same photographer. Again, you've got, elephants in the room. I don't know. I don't know, y'all. It's kind of like this whole thing has been such a piece of theater, in my opinion. you know. Oops. So, there's been all the consternation, arguments, bitching, moaning, threatening, trolling, just absolute insanity over this recent video release. And you add it all together. And it's like, what the hell? Like I said, I think it's pretty apparent that this video release, it shows something that's not what is supposed to be, right? First of all, it looks fake. Okay. So it looks fake. And like I said, the only people that seem to have a problem with that are the expected prosecution trolls and the defense people who released it. So why are the people who released it and the trolls equally upset about anyone saying that it looks faked? I don't know. It looks fake. As a matter of fact, the majority of people who've laid eyes on it say that it looks faked. It looks enhanced. It looks tampered. It looks movie screen quality. It looks too good. It looks AI enhanced. I've heard all kind of fucking terminologies. It looks fake. Okay, so well, if that's the feeling people are having, okay, that's one level. Okay, so people are saying it looks fake. It looks fake. It does look fake. Okay, so that's one thing. So there's only two reasons or two ways it can be faked looking and coming from the court, right? So either it's coming from the court and it is enhanced, it is tampered, it is faked, and it's been misrepresented as the original, or it is the original, as I mentioned previously in my show last night with Silky and Lowlight, which I recommend all of you watch if you haven't. Okay, if it is indeed the original, that's the more dire circumstance. If this is indeed the original, and if this is indeed what the court is about to hand us as the original on the thumb drive whenever that happens, Houston, we have a problem, a huge problem. If this is the original off the victim's phone or the phone that the victim was in possession of that day, it means this entire case breaks wide open because it means an altered, tampered, enhanced, fabricated, edited video was put on that phone and left to be found there with those dead girls. So either way, there's got to be an excuse for it because either way, there are anomalies. And then you add to that, there's something else. There's a third person in that video. So not only does it look fake, there's another person there. At a minimum, one other person, possibly more. So the question becomes, if it's real, how do you explain that there's a third person there at a minimum and it's faked, enhanced, created? Or if it's enhanced and it's from the state and it's an enhanced version and it's misrepresented as authentic, then the question is, what's on the original? Either way, it's a huge fucking problem for the state. No matter what right now, this is what the butthurt trolls and the butthurt defense actors have to get understood real quick. You've got a huge fucking problem for the case. Because this video, there's anomalies. Now, as I mentioned, in my opinion, you combine that with all the other shit, you know, the other shit, this shit, right? This shit, right? This shit, where is it? This shit, right? This shit, right? The lying prosecutor, lying witnesses, excluded evidence, excluded witnesses, omitted pertinent information, like how many other vehicles were there that day and how many other people were there that day. That's all being ignored and has been excluded from this entire scenario, this entire case. What's really going on? So, like I said, this whole community has a huge problem because we've got a reality here. We've got a reality here. And then we've got people who are abusive, mentally ill, have some agenda, have some relations to law enforcement, to the victims' families, and different contingencies. And you've got Subaru related individuals and, you know, fucking affiliated individuals with motorcycle clubs. What's really going on here? So, like I said, the thing here has always been a berry job, in my opinion. It's a berry job. Make it go away at all cost. Make it go away expediently. And honestly, I think that's why, from the beginning, Lone Wolf Killer, Bridge Guy was a thing. Remember, I said, if the defense believes it's a group that these girls were taken away, they're not there, right? A headphone's plugged in, a headphone's plugged out, the phone's there. They're not there. There's a search. The search is dispersed, and only the inner circle of close folks, tight knit folks remain. The defense further believes that under the cover of darkness, the girls are returned or are brought to Ron Logan's spot. Right? Then they're brought there. And I truly do believe that there Libby is killed. Abby's already dead. But how do you also explain that daylight comes? Daylight comes. What is it? I don't know, 7:30? Something about that? Somewhere around there? Daylight comes. 8:30, 9:30, 10:30, 11:30, 12:30. How on earth? How on earth? You've got aerials. You've got 2 helicopters circling the scene. How many ground searchers? Is something not making sense to you? That you've got a John Weaver on the scanner audio. Oh, we've got a John Weaver here. He says the girls were found in the water. Oh, that's a negative. Oh, whatever. Oh, really? Funny because John Weaver also works for Subaru in Lafayette. Hmm. Well, you got a whole bunch of Browns too. You got a whole bunch of Browns, including Pat Brown. Hmm. And you got a property by Wilson Bridge, Browns. All the property between is pretty much owned by the Mears. What was Ben Mears doing that day? And the funniest thing here, so for years, I've had these inclinations that this was near Wilson Bridge. It's an entire meth lab. It's a meth lab. Let's state it specifically what this is. This is a meth lab. Okay, it just happens to be in the woods. It's a meth lab. So you've got a meth lab in the woods, which I think is at Wilson Bridge, but some people say no, it's at the little creek that breaks off from Deer Creek, which I forget the name of what's the name of it. In any case, this is somewhere between High Bridge and Wilson Bridge. The meth lab down there. But oddly enough, something's always bothered me. And I don't know if I'll find it or not. See? It was that same kind of creepy shit. But I'm looking for something specific here that let's see if have I missed it? Come on, Prof. Prof, you almost got it. We're almost there. Let's see. Where is it, Prof? It's important to show to you. Oh yeah, it should be after the F tree. So I'm just tripping here. Let's see. Where's that F tree? Oh, there it is. Boy, my vision, I must be tired. So let me set the stage again. I messed up. Okay. So you've got this meth lab, right? You've got this meth lab out by Wilson Bridge. You got this. And right by this, I need you guys to stick with me. Right by this, you've got this. the cave, the tunnel. And I think for years, people have been misled. You understand? The cave. Do you remember how for years people said they tried to hide the bodies in the cave, Wilson's cave? They made this whole disinformation about they tried to put the bodies in Wilson's cave, Wilson's cave, Wilson's cave, cave, Wilson's cave. You know where this is? It's almost immediately, it's almost in the most immediate spot from the creek that you can be to where Wilson's cave is. So there is a Wilson's cave that has collapsed in on itself, which is very near this cave. Okay, but Wilson's cave no longer exists. It's collapsed in on itself. This, however, has not collapsed in on itself. It still exists. This is a party spot. When I went there, I found tons of beer bottles and campfire remnants. This is a party spot. It's hidden. It's under the road. Okay? So my suspicion, and by the way, I believe this is very near that, this meth lab. So my suspicion is you had a meth lab, what we're looking at, very near the Wilson's Cave, which is near the Wilson's Bridge, which is near the Brown property, which is near the Mears property or the Mears Bottoms, which is near Wilson's Cave. And my gut tells me the girls were brought somewhere. Were those girls brought somewhere nearby where they could be hidden and do things to, and no one would be looking, and they could be kept till well after dark? See, this is where we get to this part. This is my gut. This is my deepest gut instinct. This is the God particle in me saying, it is so likely that they were brought to some place where they could easily be managed, where they could easily be accessed. It's accessible by road, by water, by ATV. It's only a mile away from where they end up dumped. Wilson Bridge. This is Wilson Bridge. This is what my gut tells me feels real. This is the meth lab at Wilson Bridge near the cave, which is adjacent to Wilson's Cave, which is collapsed on itself, which is across the creek from the Brown property, which is just down the road from Ron Logan's, less than a mile. A mile and a third by water. I ask you to pray. Because this is my deepest gut instinct. And of course it's not there. You have to understand this would have been deconstructed, okay? This is a temporary structure. And actually, what I think this is a law enforcement reconstruction. Okay. The theory I have with my greatest confidant is that this right here is a reconstruction. This is after it was deconstructed. It was reconstructed for the purposes of photography. And you notice how every photo is perfectly staged if you look at these. All of these are components of meth making. Anyhow, you've all seen all that before. I'm just letting you know how I approach what that is. And I ask the locals, please, 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 saying what happened will make all of it go away. Like, the thing is, a berry job will never make it all go away. A berry job would never make it all go away, but saying what happened will make it all go away. Anyhow, I appreciate everyone for being here tonight. I'm going to read through a few comments. I got a little sidetracked. I'm pretty much out of steam. It is getting rather late for me here. I could drink something and refresh my hydration level here. See, I'm going to put on the. Now would be a good time to ask you to support the channel. We got a support pathways pin there. I'd like to thank everyone who so far has supported the channel. Let's see, we got starting a little goal here. Okay, so we got Mino Dino and Leanne85. Thank you for supporting the channel. And also thank you anyone last night or night before. Anyone who's ever supported the channel, thank you for the support. Thank you for hitting the thumbs up. And thank you for being here in the live chat. This live chat has been very essential to the functioning of this channel because there's no way I'd sit here. Silky and I talked about that last night. There's no way we'd sit here for more than 10 minutes and talk to ourselves. Thank goodness for the functionality of the live chat, because this has been very nice to have a live chat to interact with. And I know some of you, look, some of you don't like when I have requests, and I'm sorry about that. It's just like this. I'm entitled to feel the way I feel, have the opinion that I have, and I express to all of you to the same. Like, for instance, if you don't believe Keegan Klein or Tony Klein have any relationship whatsoever, any involvement whatsoever to any of this whatsoever, that's fine. That you're allowed that opinion, and that's an okay opinion, and go ahead and have it. But here, I believe that there's some likelihood, at a minimum, of some tangential relation. Remember, it's undeniable that Keegan Klein was tied to the Anthony_Shots account. Now, there were others. We just don't know who they are yet. Okay? It's also likely that Keegan Klein was tied to a Dropbox, which the world doesn't know about yet because law enforcement's never done anything about it in Indiana, or if they have, it's under seal. Okay? Furthermore, it's also likely, or furthermore, it's known, it's absolutely known that someone tied to the Anthony Shots account was the cause or the reason for the girls being out there that day. So you have to hit that reset button in your mind. If the story is that the girls were out there that day and were caused to be out there that day, then also part of that story is that the Anthony Shots account were the motivation for them being out there. Remember, the Anthony Shots account was in communication with the girls, actually all of the girls, all of the girls. So there are questions, okay? And I pile onto that the fact that Keegan's stories about some of these things have remained consistent with between multiple individuals over multiple years. That's important. Okay. There are things that Keegan has obviously been deceptive or inconsistent about, but there are things that have been consistent. So there's something to think about. And there are other tangential things regarding Keegan Klein. Um, does it mean that he killed the girls or that his father killed the girls? No, no. So that's where drawing inference to an extreme is always a mistake, because some tie or tangential involvement or relationship or knowledge does not mean being a or the murderer. So that's a point that I think people get too butthurt about, too hung up on. You know, so we don't make those mistakes. We don't need to make those wild leaps in logic from some connection, meaning he killed the girls or his father killed the girls. So therefore, if you're on the other side of that perspective, then don't think that we're making that leap. The assumption is not that this means that, okay? But there's too much to discount. Okay? There is too much to discount. So it's something that you have to let remain on the back burner. And the fact being that Anthony Shots remains relevant, remains pertinent. Now, who connects to Anthony Shots? A crucial question still has not been answered. I wonder if law enforcement has answered that question and something's happening with it. You know, out here in the world, we don't have the answers to that question. But what is law enforcement doing or has done with it? What has law enforcement is doing or has done with the Dropbox, if there indeed was a Dropbox? So hopefully you in the chat understand what I'm saying. Um, yes, your opinions are valued and your presence is valued here. I love you in the chat, but I don't want to argue about things that I feel are essential components to how this channel feels, which is that there's something there with Anthony Shots, whatever it might be. And just the bottom line is that there's something, Keegan ties to Anthony Shots. Keegan has consistencies in some of the stories. So who knows how it relates? Keegan also ties directly to Ron Logan, despite what everyone might lead you to believe. Keegan is directly tied to Ron Logan through Tony Klein. So does that mean anything? I don't know, because I don't believe Ron Logan killed the girls. So maybe it means nothing, but it's just a matter of fact. So I'm saying let's be nice. Don't take it all personal. This is not personal affronts to anyone. Theories are not personal affronts. Remember, we're here because these two children cannot speak for themselves. They cannot fight for themselves. So I look at the variety of opinions and theories as a blessing and as all as essential components to something, because we all have our strengths and weaknesses. And maybe where we fail, others succeed. Maybe where we are lacking, others are abundant. So all together, we come together like a puzzle. We all hold pieces, and different of us may have different essential components to a greater story that needs to be told. And so I hope that you all understand what I'm putting down here, that I love y'all. So don't be hurt. Don't be offended. We don't mean any harm. Um, anyhow, just a moment, please. I need to get a refresher. All right, y'all. So please hit the like while you're here. Please do so. When we're done with this, whether it's tomorrow or whenever it may be, please check out the show with Silky and Lowlight. It was a nice little show. We talked about some interesting things. I don't really want to get into any of that, but yeah, and please support the channel. Like we got our little funding pathways to. I put up a little super chat goal to piss off Gray Hughes. So hit that up if you feel like supporting the channel, or the Cash App Buy Me Coffee. And thank you for those who have. Welcome in. I have Apophis. I have Papa says nobody confirmed the girls on the trail that day except Kelsey. True. And that doesn't mean much. True. I appreciate that. Yeah, my big question for you all. Hey, Minerva79, thank you for being here. My big question for you guys is last proof of life. What is the last proof of life? I'll tell you what the troll farm and the defense video poster trolls have to say. Those who are butthurt, they'll say, Prof, don't question the metadata on the video. It's proof of life. They were there. We don't go conspiracy theory, you conspiracy theorist, you racist, you misogynist, you woman hater. Yeah, really? Okay. Hey, what's the last proof of life of these girls? Is it Grandpa Cliff? I don't know. I don't know. There's issues with this last proof of life that I don't think the community has ever settled on a consensus with last proof of life. Because we got allegations of a selfie in a vehicle on the way to the trails. Well, we'll see what comes of that. We'll see what comes of that. We've got assumptions that Anna drops these girls off here or there at Libby's, but no, well, if that's true, Yolanda, if that's true, let me ask you this, Yolanda. How was Derek German allowed to take the stand and say that he actually performed this action? See, I'm curious about this. I'm really curious about this particular thing here because this is one of the things in trial that had a bunch of us banging our heads against the wall. That's something that had us bang our heads against the wall because let me think. If those girls happen to be dead, meaning this incident never occurred, you could expect that maybe there's a reason that story doesn't add up is that those girls were never brought from A to B because they were already dead or already abducted, if that's the word we're using. I don't get it. I don't get it. I want to know, why is there inconsistency about who brought who, where, when, the day before, blah, 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 blah. And why is there weird inconsistency about the timelines about this thing? And like everything leading up in the days before this alleged drop off at 1:49 p.m. or whatever it was supposed to be. Why is there no clarity? You know, that's what you would expect if everything was legitimate. You would expect clarity up until a certain point. Well, let's ask this. With these Delphi murders, why is there no clarity in the 24 to 48 hours before these deaths or these alleged going missing time? Why is there no clarity in that? It's so obscured, nebulous, uncertain, changing. So we could almost make a list of things Prof would love to know, things Prof would like clarity on. Like I said, it's just so interesting how there's been an absolute complete lack of transparency and information. Even to this day. I said this to someone earlier, and she knows who I'm talking about. Let me ask you this. Why do you think the judge is delaying the release of this evidence? I'll leave it for someone in the chat. Let's see if you get my answer right. So I already know what I think. Let's see what you guys are going to put down. Why do you think? So here's a question. Here's a question for you. Why do you think out there, even if you're on the replay, you can leave it in the comments. No one's going to be mad at you. It'll be nice. Okay, I'd love to see this in the comments on the replay. Why do you think the judge is delaying? Ask yourself this. When did that trial end? Okay, when was Richard Allen sentenced? Why do you think that judge is delaying the release of public trial exhibits that are not under seal? Wow, you guys are not hitting. I'll tell you my theory. It's all to do with public interest, okay? It's public interest. She's delaying as long as literally humanly possible. Like I said, with this judge, you would never expect that, like, if she had it her way, she would not release a single thing ever. This would be a total Barry job for infinity. Okay? She's waiting as long as she can possibly wait. It might be 6 months, it might be 8 months to a year. She's going to delay this as absolutely long as possible because she knows that with every day that passes by, public interest wanes. She wants public interest to be at its lowest possible point, at the furthest extent of the point by which she can delay this. Okay, that way when it does hit the streets, people don't care anymore. But this is where she's fucked. Okay, this is where she's fucked because there's people like us out here. Trust me, when this drops, okay, when this thumb drive drops, there's going to be an explosion in the YouTube streets and on the media. There's going to be an absolute explosion. Think of all the things we're going to see. Now, I'm not saying that any of it is that valuable because remember, I've said that anything that ever mattered to this case, they deleted or destroyed. Okay, they've erased this case, this evidence for these girls. This was erased. But that being said, when it comes to the trial of Richard Allen, there is evidence that was used and admitted as exhibits. And even with that, she's delaying as long as humanly possible to try to delay the inevitable, which is people are going to grab onto it and they're going to go through it as thoroughly as we're going through this video or anything else we've looked at. So that day will come, and I look forward to it because, yeah, we will be breaking down, okay, anything that does come. But don't expect much because we know they've already deleted everything that ever mattered and was pertinent. Or they just straight up ignored it, like I said, by omitting like DNA, hairs, fibers, vehicles. Like, think of the number of vehicles that were mentioned as being there that you've never even heard of that are in discovery, or the number of people. So I don't know, yo. This thing, like I said, we need to stop speaking so humbly regarding the facts of this. Like, look, it's an absolute fact that that girl says in that recording. Let me say it for you, because this is so blatant, right? This is so alarming here. That girl literally says, "See, this is the path that we go down." But the state of Indiana was allowed to put a man in uniform on the stand and lie to the jury before they even heard it, and program them to hear and to think that what was said was, "See, this is the path, that be a gun." When anyone in their right mind can put on headphones and you listen to that recording, and what you're going to absolutely be convinced, certain, positive of, is that she says, "See, this is the path that we go down." If they can lie to you about something that's so obvious, what do you think they'd lie to you about that you don't have proof of the negative? You know, "Oh, we never had a thumbprint. Oh, we never had DNA. Oh, we never had, this other forensic shit. Oh, we never had interviews in which this particular faction was mentioned that was actually responsible. Oh, we never had tips regarding these individuals who actually killed the girls." See, this is the path, that be a gun. So I hope that every one of these Indiana State Police officers and the prosecutor literally rots in hell for eternity. Because there's zero doubt, it's unequivocal, that that girl says, "See, this is the path that we go down. There's no path going there, so we have to go down here." But just like the programming of Bridge Guy went into the minds of the public for 7 or 8 years, the prosecution decided that they were going to use a bullet and a gun as part of this whole scenario. So what did they do? They programmed the jury. There's a gun, there's a bullet, it's his gun, it's his bullet, that be a gun. And what you're left with is a out in the open, complete injustice carried out by the state of Indiana against the citizens of the United States of America, proving and blatantly in your face proving that they can do whatever the hell they want. They can have gentlemen in uniforms lie to their own citizens and to a jury whenever they want. They can have judges violate their oaths to the Constitution whenever they want. They can imprison you, torture you, force medicate, abuse you, brainwash you, compel coerce confessions, threaten to kill, and all of this, you keep you in solitary for over a year, whenever the fuck they want. And that right there, that should be your politics for you. If you're a political person, you need to put aside all the bullshit and think long and hard about how these people are allowed to do this to us people. Remember, they're in positions of authority. You're not. So that's Delphi. This is the Delphi Friday check in with the crew. And boy, it's a serious situation. And I know we try to make light of it. We try to survive through comedic relief, humor, fellowship. But boy, this is really something else. This is really something else. It's a difficult situation. It's a lot to be involved in. It tends to, like I said, I think it tends to lead to mental health problems because there's a post traumatic element to all of this. And without a real good balance, you tend to go to the obsessive. And so this community is suffering. But this country has been suffering. This whole society has been, this world is suffering under an epidemic of trauma, of propagandizing, programming, abuse of power, exploitation. So it's rough. It's this is a rough situation. But I do, as I mentioned last night in the show with Silky and Lowlight, I do so appreciate the fact that we are people here, and that's a value, you know. Anyway, I always try to be here for Friday shows. Thank you, Leanne, for being so kind with your words. I try to make it a regular thing that I'm always here on Fridays, despite maybe being inconsistent on any other day of the week. Um, I try to always be here on Fridays to do a Friday show, so at least you can count on that. But I do appreciate it. I appreciate that we're all here regularly, and the nice thing about you guys in the chat, I watch y'all. You go around to a bunch of the channels and support, and so it really is a community here. Um, yeah, I see you guys' comments. Yeah, I'm the same, Barbara. I'm so glad that you mentioned that. My question here: where's the Rico? Literally, where's the Rico? Like, can it be any more obvious? That's the point I was making. It's done in your face, outright in the open. Where's the Rico? Where's the feds? Where's the FBI? Guys, now would be the time. I mean, at a minimum, this was done wrongly in this trial. Yeah, this was done wrongly at a minimum. Forget the big picture here with Abby and Libby and the real killers and the blah, blah, blah. This was done wrongly at a bare minimum. And how could it not be seen and addressed? All right. Yeah, just a second. The FBI's in hiding. Yeah, it seems so. It seems so. Maybe they're undercover. And to all the good agents, cheers to you. Bring it on, brothers. And hey, Todd Rokita, now would be the time, brother. Now would be the time, Todd Rokita. Everybody, please do take your time to write the of establishment officials in Indiana, like Mr. Todd Rokita, among others. Yeah, feel free to write the elected officials and let them know about your intense concerns. Thank you, Yolanda. All right, and thank you. And let me say hello to everyone and thank you to everyone because I think I'm done for tonight. So I'm going to hit up the yeah. Please write Mike Braun. Okay, Mike Braun, Mr. Mike Braun, Governor Mike Braun. Write him. Write Mr. Todd Rokita. That would be nice. Write your FBI offices. Okay, and listen, I want to send a big thanks to my chat right quick before we get out of here. Uh, we're going to say hello to Miss Oranda Holton, Jim Chrisman, Lawyer's Daughter, Hebby Brown, Truth Seeker, Ghost in the Machine, Sweet Amy, who is my Amy with the Flowers, my main mod, Court of Public Opinion, Five Green Acres, Mr. Keith, Jim Chrisman, Miss Pris 25, Miss K, Christina, Five Green Acres, Candy M, Miss Kayla, who's also a mod, V, Sweet Dude Chibi, Mama Bear, Tracy Fleetwood. We got who else in here? Barbara Borman, who's her daddy? Minerva, Kelly, Candy. Who else is in here that I've missed? I have Apophis, Paula, Leanne 85, G Ray. Um, Man, I'm not going back that much further. Everyone here is here super earlier. Appreciate you for being here. Leanne and Mino Dino, thank you for the little super chats. Rebecca Ann, 1965, thank you for being here. Mary Ann Furkis, thank you for being here. Um, and everyone else is here. If you want me to say hi to you real quick, jump in the chat. But God bless everyone who's be here, who has been here, even the lurkers, lurker crew, troll farm, uniparty, uh, dark web chomos. All of you, thank you for being here. Harassers, stalkers, um, troll farm, and let me see who else is here. Miss Pris, did I already say hi? Oleg Cat. Okay. Lawyer's Daughter, Gretchen Allen, Dirty Diana. I'm gonna put that up there. What up, Diana? Jade, Consella, Jonathan Smith. All right, we got Truth Seeker. All right. Silly Goose Egg. I don't have all day. Miss K. Kelly. Nicole Watt. Yeah, so all you fucking hardcore chat members, thank you for being here. I appreciate you. Happy Friday night. Hey, hopefully if you're watching this, it's, I don't know, Saturday, Sunday, you enjoy the show as well. Please leave some comments down below. Support the channel with the various pathways, including Cash App, Buy Me Coffee, etc., etc. Check out the community page. Realize that I have both channels. Please subscribe to both channels because I do different posts on different community pages. So I got the two channels. Please subscribe to both channels, and enjoy yourselves. And please give yourself some credit, give yourself some grace and a break. And remember, when you're hard on yourself, you're hard on others. So be easy on yourself. Be easy on others. Love each other. Hug your kids. Hug your wife. And God bless all of you and Abby and Lebu. We so want to be here to keep the heat on, to keep the heat turned up for those little girls, because it's clear that something weird is going on here. And the state of Indiana, like, you got to get it together. This has been an absolute shit show. It's wrong. It's wrong. Okay. So let's do this the right way. Anyway, God bless you all. Thank you for being here, and I'll see you next time. All right, have a good weekend.